Hey, Star. Hello.
No, no,
Hey, Star.
it's
Can you
okay,
hear
ne?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you audibly.
Yeah, it's okay. I just want to put my video on quickly. I want to see something. Okay. No, that's fine. As long as you can probably hear me.
All right, yeah, I can hear you, Nola. All is well.
Thanks, Star. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
there's nothing personal, colleagues and officials, together with your executive. There's nothing personal. I think there's an element you are mistaking something, you are taking it personal, but we are playing our own oversight. You do your work, we do ours. So with those few words or remarks, I'll go straight to the next item, which I'll request Nola to give us apologies for those who have apologized through yourself, Nola.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, honorable members, colleagues, the DG, the board chair of Agrément and the CEO. There are two apologies from the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. The two alternates, Honorable Gama and Honorable Thring, who are not able to make it to this meeting today. We also have two apologies from the executive. The minister is currently attending a cabinet meeting, and the DM has study commitments, so he was also not able to join this meeting today. Thank you, Chair. Oh, and another apology from the support staff. Apologies, Honorable Chair. Our content advisor, Shoaib Denason, is unwell. He is at home and therefore he won't also. He's actually booked off until the end of March. So we'll most probably see him in April sometime, God willing. Thank you, Chair.
We wish him a speedy recovery. Members, it's a norm in our committee to accept apologies that have been forwarded to us. By a show of hands, can I get an indication? Agree. Hey, so fast. No, I guess and understand that today is a big day. Obviously, executives are engaged with the budget. And we hope, but Mare, you want to walk out? It's a budget. There's no debate. There's no need
Recording
for
in
walking
progress.
out, but you listen to the minister, he tables, and we leave. You'll debate later. So, with the norm on our side, I believe everybody knows us, but DG, I can see you've got many new faces that we don't will request from your side with to introduce yourselves.
Maybe for the sake of time, good morning, Chairperson. Let me introduce all of them so that it's easy. It's just going to raise a hand if I call him or her. I am Sophia Samtana, DG of Public Works. I'm leading the delegation, and with me is the head of PMTE. He's very known to the committee. Mrs. Bande is sitting right at the back. He's with me. And then on the side of the real estate investment unit, I've got DDG, Sasa Suban. Sasa, they know you. I think just raise your hand, just in case. Right. And then next to him is Mr. Sokela Usboniso, is the chief director. Usboniso. And then Danny Pretorius is also our chief director. And then Luma Koza, she's our deputy director, GIS. And then on the ICT side, chair, I've got Mr. Mongis Melano's going to be leading the presentation, Mongi. And then Umangete, where's Mangete? Zwane is one of our director at ICT. And then I don't see Tsemedi. Oh, Shia, how are you? How are you? I didn't see her. I'm very sorry. Tsemedi is our chief director, ICT chairperson. And then with us is our entity, Agrément SA. Chair, I do understand that it's your report, but I believe that the chair and the CEO, they just wanted to be here to make sure that in the event, because I think it's a report for you to consider. It's a forum report, just a feedback. But the chairperson of the board, Dr. Mabizela, is here. It's just behind me, Dr. Mabizela. And then the CEO, Mr. Somanje. Yeah, so that's the delegation chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Now we know who's in the house.
Sorry, I forgot to introduce, sorry. I think Mr. How goes Kuman. So there is the PLO for deputy ministers, yes.
Sonkos is part of us.
Oh, okay.
Meeting.
Okay, I'm just introducing my delegations.
No, even though you take care of his finances, but it's always it's part of us. So we don't need him to be introduced, eh? You are welcome, all of you. Actually, DG Agrément is one of the entities that they are in our next program to come and do their presentation.
Okay.
We were disturbed, we had to change a slight bit of our program. So we really appreciate your presence and we'll give you a chance to do a slight presentation, even though it's not a detailed, but we'll want you to engage with us. I believe with the delegation that came when we had a very beautiful event, I got a report. We'll want to hear that. But maybe DG, before I proceed, you've got number of programs in the department and your entities that we think they lack mentorship. So even on Agrément, we'll want to understand their programs. Whether do we have a follow-up of mentorship in what you come and present and say, this is what we do for South Africans and young professionals and others, then what happens? So you must be ready, delegation from Agrément, to talk to us. DG, allow me to give yourself time and your delegation to do a presentation. You can start with your remark as a leader of delegation, then you'll hand over to the person that must present to us. So 10.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think as introduced, we really appreciate the committee yet again to come and account as a department. As I've indicated, the team that is here, Chair, will be providing progress reports to yourselves and also obviously dealing with any other issues that are being raised by committee, and then also taking forward any other suggestions that we need to do or actually put in for our own improvement going forward. So, Chairperson, with those words, I can quickly maybe request that we start with the first one, which is the presentation of the Immovable Asset Register. The DDG would lead it. I think I would request that she continue, and then we then can allow the other colleagues to proceed afterwards. Sasa, through you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The person like to present the update on the Immovable Asset Register that will cover
Not audible.
Great. Maybe shout a bit, Sasa.
that will cover, we're going to be presenting on the progress of the Immovable Asset Register.
I don't think you are audible enough. We've got people online.
That will, so a bit of a,
If it's not ready, then that's the problem of the DG. Public Works maintains and do everything.
Fantastic.
let me use this one. I'm sorry, I've got a slide. There's a so basically, we're going to be presenting on the Immovable Asset Register that will touch on progress and the challenges that we have, especially within the vesting and the surveying ambit. We then going to be moving on to the presentation. And the GIS, I think it's the GIS presentation first, and we'll show the linkages to the Immovable Asset Register, and then we're going to have an Archibus presentation that will be done by our ICT component, Mr. Mongi. So, Mr. Sapela, I'll hand over to you. He's going to give us a detailed presentation. But just to indicate, Chair, that we're dealing with a very complex Immovable Asset Register, like the committee will be basically shown. We're dealing with a vast portfolio. We have a portfolio of 27,417 land parcels. We've got improvements on the main buildings, which is over 80,210 buildings with a value of 154 billion. So it's a massive immovable asset register. But with that being said, and in the interest of time, I'll hand over to Hello.
Yes, good morning, Representative members of the portfolio committee, and teaching at the committee and colleagues. But we're taking you through the presentation. It should be followed by a demonstration of the systems. So this is basically thank you. Now, this is the table of contents, presentation, and the purpose of the presentation is talk
to the mic. We have been.
The video on, please.
The purpose of the presentation is to provide the portfolio committee of the updated immovable asset register. This slide here, we thought, because this is a new portfolio committee, we've had several engagements with the previous portfolio committee on this subject, but to give the background. Because in this era, as the PDG pointed out, it's a huge portfolio. We've had challenges in the past. Around 2012 or so, there was a lot of disclaimers, and the department initiated a turnaround program. It was a 7-year turnaround from 2012 to 2019. And the Immovable Asset Register was project number 1 of that turnaround. So on this slide, basically showing all the challenges that we have there. And now where you see green, we managed to resolve all those issues through the turnaround program of the department. The only challenge is, although we've made progress where it's red, there's only 2 plots there. It's pertaining to the systems. We have made some progress, but we still have some challenges, as well as on the issue of the resources. If we move into this is basically the program that we embarked on from 2011, the 2 phases. Phase 1 from 2011 to 2013. We're basically looking at the major sources of data. As you know, due to the history of the country, there were no records. We actually had to rebuild the asset register from scratch. So I want to look at the deeds records, do some investigations, and verify the existence of these properties. And of course, to take into account the minimum requirements for a immovable asset register that are issued by the Office of the Accountant General. The phase 1 was successfully completed, where we even AG confirmed the completeness of the immovable asset register in terms of the land parcels. And then phase 2 commenced from 2012 to 2017, and also the movable assets were moved from the main vote to the entity, to PMTE, from 1st of April 2013. And now we had to account in terms of graph standards, because whilst the main vote is on the modified cash in terms of accounting, but the PMTE as an entity is on graph. So we had to now produce a graph compliant immovable asset register. It's phase 2 from 2014 to 2017, and that was successfully completed. On this slide, again, just the background in terms of the historical context. As we all know where we come from as a country, we always talk about the 3 1994 and the post 1994 dispensation. So even when it comes to immovable assets, more especially the land, the pre-1994 or on the land, that is basically that was the structure of government, the Republic of South Africa with the 4 provinces, independent special administration, the self-governing territories, etc. That is pre-1994. Now, post-1994, obviously, we have to deal with these issues now, because now, amongst other things, the assets of the state were registered in over 3,000 names. Hence, even a decision was taken in 1993 to vest the properties between national and provinces. If they belong to a province, we must vest them in the name of the province. If they belong to national, in the name of national government, to eliminate all these historical names, like I said, over 3,000. Basically, on this slide, it shows the categories of public land in terms of this municipal land, and then state land. It's basically the province and national, of course, parastatals as well. They are also part of public land. As I've already indicated, we have former TVPC states, self-governing territories, etc. This is just the begin the. And we are dealing with the key systemic legacy issues on state land. Amongst others, it's the vesting, because vesting, we need to confirm what was the use or intended use of a land parcel or property as a 27 April 1994. So sometimes it's a challenge. It may not be possible to obtain the evidence, more especially when it comes to a vacant land. As we know, like I said, vesting is actually a constitutional requirement in terms of Section 239 of the Constitution. But we address these issues with the problems, because there is a need for collaboration. Apart from registered land parcels, like I said, in various names and those that are confirmed vested, we also have a number of land parcels that are surveyed, but they are not yet registered. They also need to go through the formal vesting process to confirm ownership. And over and above that, we also, as government, we have built many structures on land that does not belong to the state. It's tribal land. Sometimes you got permission to occupy and build. It could be tribal land, it's parastatal land, it's various types of land, even private land as well. We find that we have a police station, but we got permission, but we are addressing that as well, or talking on the following slide. That's the number we're showing here, the number of SPFs. Another challenge we were addressing around 1997, 1998, the townships were devolved to the local government. And through that devolution, there are state domestic because the engagements with DG, GM, Minister, where we made the proposal that maybe a directive needs to be issued to the municipalities. Maybe within 3 months, you must transfer all those land parcels to national infrastructure. We also have the land parcels under Ingonyama Trust in KZN. Obviously, the land is registered in the name of the Ingonyama Trust, but it's a big land parcel or farm. There's a need for survey. We are engaging a KZN Ingonyama Trust board in particular, drafting a memorandum of agreement for the survey of all the state domestic facilities, because even the Ingonyama Trust Act is very clear that if there was a state domestic facility prior to 24 April 1994, such facilities vest either with national or provincial government. And there are land parcels as well that have been vested, erroneously vested by the provinces. We continuously work with the provinces through the concurrent mandate. We have identified a number of vacant land parcels that must be transferred from the provinces to the national department. And also the number of land parcels likely to change because DPWR, we are also a default custodian of state land in terms of the National Treasury guidelines, because the principle is that state land must be recorded somewhere. So if there's registered land not claimed by either national or provincial custodian, DPWR will take that responsibility. We show that it's a separate list. We record it under contingent assets in the annual financial statement of the department. So then we conduct further investigation just to confirm who is the appropriate custodian. So we keep it until such time we confirm the appropriate custodian. The utility touch on this one, the portfolio, which is 27,417 land parcels, and the number of buildings, which is 80,210. And then we also have the sectional titles as well, the flats, the department. Touch on the historical names, the 3,058 historical names, as well as in terms of vesting date, we have vested 22,115 of the 27,000, which is 81%. We've made good progress. Of course, we need to complete the entire vesting process. Again, this slide just shows the total number of land parcels now. It's broken down per region. We have 11 regions. Of course, in terms of the provinces, it's 9 provinces. In the Eastern Cape, we have 2 regions, as well as in Gauteng, we have Torah and Johannesburg. That's just the breakdown, showing the total number of land parcels, the improved land parcels. Yeah, this facilities that are built on non-state land. We developed a framework to address this risk and also to ensure that eventually these land parcels must be transferred to government. This framework was approved by the technical unit, which is chaired by the DG of DPWR. It's a forum for both national and provincial custodians. These are the various options in problem of regularization options in terms of the land. Say the landowner would donate the land, either that's a first preference, or we negotiate, we purchase, or even lease, or expropriate, or even permission to occupy as a last option. Now, the survey, the need for survey, surveys are required to establish and define the boundaries and extent of properties that we refer to as a polygon land parcel, which is created by the Surveyor General. It's basically a foundation that will follow and link to a property. Why do we need to survey? It's a prerequisite to issue a deed, a title deed. It's a registration for real rights like servitudes. It's also a prerequisite for the confirmation of vesting, the enhancement of the Immovable Asset Register, also for the payment of rates and taxes. The upgrading of townships in terms of paying upgrading, as well as the section of time. At a project in Limpopo, in terms of the surveying, this was a pilot project The idea was to roll it out to all the provinces, but due to financial constraints, and we then decided, because Limpopo had a lot of SDFs that were not inside. This project is successfully completed on the 30th of September. There's a number of state domestic facilities that were surveyed. It's 2,135. We had a closeout report. There are some issues that are still outstanding, but they are being resolved by the Office of the Surveyor General. And this is just to show, it's just a map that shows the districts where we conducted the survey of these facilities in Limpopo. It's 5 districts, and those are the numbers of the state domestic facilities that were surveyed and completed. The idea, of course, is to roll it out even to other provinces. We do have other projects in the pipeline to survey the state domestic facilities. Now I move to the operating model of the PMTE. The unit that is responsible for managing the Immovable Asset Register is called Real Estate Information and Register Services, as per this slide. This shows that PMTE has 5 units, of which one of them is the race division that is responsible for managing the Immovable Asset Register. That shows all the 5 programs under PMTE. The race division has 2 strategic objectives, which is to develop enough to manage and complete and compliant Immovable Asset Register. Basically to support the business requirements of the PMTE, that is in terms of the mandate of the department, but most importantly to meet the service delivery and socio-economic objectives of the state. The second strategic objective of the race division is to provide leadership oversight, the regulation and monitoring of the Immovable Asset Register. Now working with other stakeholders, because we cannot address these issues in isolation. There's a need for collaboration. And going forward, we are talking about a single repository of all state properties. And in fact, now recently, even the Expropriation Act that was signed off by the president, we need to also establish and maintain an expropriation register for all spheres of government. Yes, the act says it's the responsibility of the DG of Public Works to establish and maintain that register, which must be accessible to the public. So we begin with that process. So basically, this slide shows the stakeholders, all the external stakeholders, like I said earlier, which these are all the stakeholders, people that we engage with in addressing the issues on the Immovable Asset Register. Basically, the fundamental principles, or we refer these to management assertions. This is our approach when we address issues on the Immovable Asset Register. Even the Office of the Auditor General, soon after we submitted the annual financial statements, the AG will begin the audit process. We'll be looking at these assertions. Is the asset register complete? Its completeness, its existence, rights and obligation, the accuracy and valuation, as well as the presentation and disclosure. This slide is just to show that basically when we say our strategic objective is to maintain a complete and compliant Immovable Asset Register. This is just to show all the activities that must be undertaken in the addressing management section to manage the life cycle of the immovable asset. This is in terms of section 13D of the AMA, where we conduct fiscal verification and condition assessment over 5 years. And then, of course, I touch on the vesting of the properties. The fourth bullet point there is the recognition of the completed projects. We have a unit responsible for the projects, and then once they are completed, they need to be recorded in the register. And of course, the implementation of the Immovable Asset Register. This is for facilities. The main driver for facilities is the significant components in the building, like the lifts, the airport generator, the boiler, etc. So they need to be recorded, even in terms of draft. Apart from the land in the building, we need to show the significant components separately. And then, of course, sometimes they need to conduct a search where there's uncertainty of ownership on title deed. We're also addressing the completeness of coastal and agricultural reserve in collaboration with the Office of the Chief Surveyor General. And as touch on the implementation of the SDF framework, and of course to ensure compliance with the relevant legislation and like the Constitution and all the other acts of justice. So, yeah, the second strategic objective is more or less the first one, but now this is now in collaboration with the provinces, including the application of the fair value model to ensure that the assets are not only recorded at ground and bigger tax, it is a fair value. Touch on the SPF framework in the interest of time. Let's talk about the completeness of the immovable asset register. So on this slide, basically the question is, what is the completeness of immovable asset register? So we're just showing a picture for us. We say, one, we need to ensure that we comply to the National Treasury Immovable Asset Act. It gives a guideline to say what must be recorded by the Department of Public Works, what must be recorded by rural development, by provinces, as I said. So first and foremost is to ensure that we comply to the Immovable Asset Act in terms of recognition, recording, and disclosure of the asset. And the next thing we do is the reconciliation of the Immovable Asset Register with major sources of data. As I indicated, because of the history of our country, there were no records, there's various sources of data. So we need to make sure that we do a reconciliation with all these sources like deeds and even the past, even the title deeds, the surveyor general, even the user asset management plans. Yes, we get user asset management plans from the client departments just to ensure that there are actually no gaps. And the third thing is the compliance to legislation. We've touched on that. Capitalization of completed projects. And also there's sometimes if we have recorded a land parcel that belongs to other custodian, you need to transfer to the appropriate custodian in terms of section 42 of the PFMA. And then of course the acquisition of properties, whether through a purchase, a donation, or change, as well as the disposal. This is mainly the land that is being donated by our minister to other spheres of government. This slide shows the reconciliation that we conduct, both the national and provincial custodians. We take all the registers of all the provinces and national as well as the deeds records. The idea is to address the completeness of the immovable asset. After we have addressed the completeness, the next assertion, the next important assertion is existence. Because now when you have it on a record, the question is, do they exist on the ground? So we conduct physical verification. Of course, on this slide, we have the desktop GIS mapping. The GIS specialist will take us through the presentation. And this is the process. This is the beginning of the process because all the land parcels and the buildings must be digitized. Chairperson, let me say this. Because there have been questions about the asset register of the department. Is it digitized or not? The immovable asset register of DPWR is fully digitized. Yes, Chairperson, it's fully digitized. In terms of the program that we embarked on to rebuild the asset register. In 2013, we appointed a service provider to develop a software. There was a decision what? Do we collect this information, do we use manual methods, or do we use technology? Let me get this. No, let's use technology. Let's use hardware and software tools. Hence, that software was developed that was utilized both by the service providers, the development resources there, and the officials. We collect this information. This in terms of it has a GIS functionality as well as to conduct a physical verification. But I'll take you through that. So this is just a physical verification process. When the records are approved, you can see there at the bottom that server there. Approved records are saved to Oracle. This is a database because there's a question to say this asset register is Excel. No, the source of the asset register is not Excel. After the information was collected through this process using the tool on the set. It's kept by CETA. And the process that we followed actually to transfer the information from that Oracle server to Archibus now. This was now to migrate the data, but the records are there. No one can delete those records, the pictures. There's an audit trail when the asset was verified, who verified it, etc. And the information was migrated to Archibus in 2019. That just shows the process that was followed by the department in migrating the information from the Oracle database, using Excel as a tool now to migrate it to Archibus. And the information, the IAR module, is live on Archibus since November 2019. And it's also being utilized by our call center. So when they report the faults, they use the information on Archibus to report those faults. This slide shows just amongst other things, the use of the digitized immovable asset register. We were reporting around April. This is now practical. We had to use this IR to identify the land to assist the victims of the flood. This basically just shows the breakdown of the portfolio in terms of accommodation type. We have residential, we have offices, and we also have specialized assets. So by specialized assets, we mean the prisons, the courts, and the defense facilities. And there it shows also the condition of the building in terms of excellent, fair, good, poor, and very poor. So when we conduct this kind of application, we must also indicate the condition of the assets. Now, the achievements. We produce a GRAP compliant IR in terms of the program, the turnaround program of 7 years in 2019 out. And also we made a contribution. There was a project. We worked with National Treasury and the Reserve Bank on the G20 balancing project. And like I said, the IR has been migrated to an asset management system. It's live on Agrément. But most importantly, also, we utilize service providers at the beginning of this program around 2012 to 2015. But then we began a process of sourcing in-house capacity because it's not sustainable. To appoint service providers, they are very expensive. So graduates and experienced project managers were recruited. So from 2015, we are using our own resources, officials, to verify and to execute the other functions in the Immovable Asset Register unit. We also provide support in terms of OPP. In terms of the PSNA, the accounting officer has a responsibility to safeguard the assets of the state and to prevent misapplication. So it's not good enough to only report the assets to say they are in the register, but you do not monitor them because sometimes there might be change of ownership. Like in that, there was a case whereby 3 land parcels, the ownership changed, and we were able to detect that and engage the relevant government agencies like the SIU, and those 3 land parcels were successfully recovered. The value was 144 million. One of them is the one for Parliament in Midlands, 125 hectares. So we successfully recovered it. It was changed in 2017, but we got a court order that DPW must take stewardship of that land parcel. And through the ongoing collaboration efforts between the provinces and ourselves, even the audit outcomes of the provinces have actually improved because we basically provide advisory services to the provinces. Now, we also have some challenges in the projects. We have made some progress, amongst others, with the Departmental systems. There's a lack of integrated management system. Of course, the Immovable Asset Register, the qualified audit opinion on rights and application. We also have limited capacity to execute the dual role of the race division, which is PMTE, and working with other students. And I've touched on the issue of vesting. Some legacy challenges, that's the best, is not especially the vacant land that is vested in provinces. We also have a dispute with the Department of Water and Sanitation on the 3,667 residential properties and 277 office buildings. It's a custodian. They are arguing that these facilities are linked to the dams, to the water reservoirs, etc. But you say if it's a facility, if it's a property, residential office, that's a mandate of the department because we provide accommodation. So we have been engaging the office of the state attorney, treasury, etc. It's not yet resolved, but we are hoping even through the intervention of the DG, engaged with the DPSA in terms of the mandate to resolve this dispute. And even the proclamation 67, we're engaging the Department of Rural Development in terms of to split the custodial powers, because currently we cannot have custodial powers for properties in the former homelands. Key dependencies to produce a CRAP-compliant removable asset registers in the indicated area. There are various sources of data in terms of the registered land, whether it's the deeds and even the systems. We have what we refer to as legacy systems and even current systems. Obviously, the idea is to switch off the legacy systems and move and transfer the data to the new systems of the department. The audit outcome, just to give an idea, a proper context on the qualification of the removable asset register, more especially the previous year. But this slide shows the audit outcomes for the past 5 years. For instance, like in 2019-20, the audit opinion was qualified. It was just mainly due to the misstatement on the valuation of assets, the valuation representation scope. But 2021, we obtained an unqualified. 2021-22, well, it was a disclaimer, but that was the disclaimer was a technical one because the issue was the restatement of the opening balances, but the department was not qualified on the management session. 22-23, it was unqualified. Unfortunately, in 22-24, it was a qualification, but it's just on rights and obligation. Even that qualification of 2024. There are other sessions, they were cleared. There were no findings. Again, this slide just to give a proper picture that this is the assertions, completeness, this is the outcome, AG, completeness, and all the other sessions we pass it first. It's green. The only issue is rights and obligation, and it's only fuel and parcels that were duplicated between the department and rural development. And we have actually made a good progress. This slide just shows we are basically conducting investigation on the LPI code. This is a code for the land parcel. That was the root cause, and we've made good progress. This task should be completed by the end of March to ensure that we compile the AFS and submit to AG. This matter has been resolved. Now, these are the critical success factors. I'm almost done. For the race unit, the same critical success factors is the full implementation of the IR operating model, more especially on the issue of the structure. We still have some challenges of which management is assisting to address that issue of the resources. Almost 50% of our resources are actually on contract. And as you know, in terms of the DPSA circulars, the contract is now the limit is actually 12 months. This is now the revised structure. So once the positions can be filled, because there's a risk of losing people with even institutional knowledge, because we need specialists in this area. And of course, the issue of business processes as well, the IR must be looked as a core tool because everything revolves around the immovable asset register. And a fully integrated asset management system. Like I said, the IR is fully digitized. The only challenge is that we need a fully integrated asset management system where you have all the modules with the IR. And of course, the collaboration and continuous engagements with key stakeholders to address the legacy issues that we discussed earlier on, including improvement to controls in order to prevent the misappropriation of state assets. The recommendation to the chairperson and the portfolio committee to take note of the updated IR and progress made to address the qualification on rights and occupation. Thank you.
The next presentation, colleagues on my left hand side, feel free to grab some coffee. Raji, it's not time for questions. Can we get another presentation?
No, I just wanted to
I
apologize.
did not say you must. No, we're online, we're live streamed.
Live streaming. I just want to apologize to all the viewers for this long presentation. Thank you.
The camera is not listening to you.
Gigi, you can call your next presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Members, the next presentation will be our GIS component. What we indicated is the functionality that the GIS possesses, and they all link to all the land parcels and buildings that we just presented. I'm going to hand over to Luna. Thank you, Luna.
Luna, do the same honor of talking to the presentation. I think the one who was presenting was talking to it, never read, but continue with the same.
Presentation. May I please confirm to present your control or I can send to the city. Good morning, everyone. My name is Luna.
Closer to the mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that's my presentation. Honorable members, I'm going to take you to why to deploy our mobile immovable asset register system. This is the system that we use to administer the asset register. So, how the process of administering the land and the
That's why I'm saying she must talk to it. Then we'll get it late. All of us, we don't have the presentation. You may proceed.
So the process of administering the land is for the immovable asset register starts with the geographic information system, which was a directory underneath the public rights. So when we have a new land parcel that was coming into the register, for example, we do not actually mark it as land parcel ourselves because we extract the information from chief surveyor because they are the custodian of the. However, now the buildings themselves, we are the ones that so upon digitizing the land, the then imported them into this media system in short. And then here on my slide, you can see I have the process flow left out for you how this administration takes place inside the network. So we've got different system roles inside here, whereby we've got the GIS administrator that is responsible for importing these land parcels into the system. Then once the land or buildings are imported into the system, someone else who is above the GIS administrator must actually go into the system and perform quality assurance to check if maybe the administrator was requested to add a land parcel for a certain police station in this case, they actually add the correct land parcel. And then after that, quality assurance has been confirmed or approved, then that certain facility will then change the status. So in the system, we've got different statuses depending on what has been performed on that particular facility. Once now the approval has been done, we then now make that land parcel get ready for field work, which is very key. Because now the physical verification can go and verify that land parcel, including the buildings that have been in that land. So if that particular land parcel actually has been approved. Then if there's any mistake conducted when the land parcels were imported, then the process is that we refer that particular facility to the person that actually uploaded to make certain corrections. So that's the whole idea of performing quality assurance. Once the land now everything has been goes to the field work, and then you can see here the field work will start, and then if everything goes well on site, then the field workers another is to check if there's any buildings that, for example, GIS committed when digitizing, because GIS will be digitized using on-screen digitization, meaning that whatever that we see on screen, we are limited to that. There are facilities, for example, where some buildings are covered by trees, then we are unable to see those facilities on screen. Then our physical verification colleagues upon visit to that particular facility, then they will see that GIS missed some of the buildings that they did not see because they are obstructed either by high-rise buildings, which is the multi-story buildings, or they are obstructed by trees. Then if there are any buildings that were missed by GIS, those buildings will be referred back to GIS so that GIS can add those buildings. Once that process is done, then the head office fiscal verification must go into the system and perform quality assurance to check if everything that was performed on site was performed correctly. Then once everything has been performed correctly, we then approve from the fiscal verification side on head office. Once everything has been approved, those approved reports are then synchronized back now into the authority database. I think there's a slide that needs to show the way we must present it. Once that synchronization has taken place, we then export. Now, I just want to highlight to you, honorable members, that now this is the manual process where now we export into Excel so that those reports now can be imported into our Activus database. So now this is the linear system. This is how it looks like when you log into the system. I think I've already mentioned that there's different roles in the system, and in the system, each and every person has got its own login techniques. So when you see on the system, we've got a dashboard that highlights to say how many facilities, for example, GIS needs to attend to. For example, here you've got 17 that we have fed back to GIS by colleagues that participate in the facilities. And also here you can see we've got 145 facilities, for example, where now they are currently using the field. And then also here, the slide is showing how the facilities looks like in the system. You can see here we've got the reference number for each facility, and you can also get the information per province, district, etc. And then all those statuses that I was talking about, you see here, we've got the status approved, QA has been approved, that this facility has been referred to GIS, and so forth. And then here now, when you are inside the system, if you click or select a certain facility, you can actually view the facility details. So it will tell you what facility it is. It will tell you it's a magistrate court. It will tell you the facility name. It's in Angara District Court. And now when you continue and you go down in the system, below those facility details that I was showing you, you can actually now see the footprints of that actual facility. You can see the land boundary, which is in blue or navy blue, and then you can actually see the buildings that you can also move. So these are the improvements, and then this is the And then colleagues have indicated, my honorable members, that the system is actually secured and protected. No one can just go into the system because it has got system logs. So whoever goes into the system and performs certain duties in the system will log that function to say that activity. To say that, for example, Francine uploaded these boundaries on the 8th of December 2023, and then Mr. Eric Nkonyana at head office approved the QA. So these are the details. So if you go into the system that's meaning nothing can just happen into the system. Your second don't but everything exists and that's what the system it's context. Now, colleagues, once a certain facility sits on a status that says ready for fieldwork, we allocate these facilities to certain field workers in a region. So in our department, we work within regions. So, for example, this one is Pretoria region. So you can see here we allocate to certain individuals that must go and perform physical verification. So you can see here the status that says allocate facility to come. So meaning that now this facility is ready for fieldwork, it must now be allocated to a certain group in a certain region. So once that facility has been allocated, the field worker will actually view the facility details now on a mobile application, because now this MIA system, it actually has two phases. It is the desktop phase, and also it has the mobile physical verification. So now the mobile physical verification is actually the one that is used by the field workers to go on site and connect to the facility. So this is what they will see upon synchronizing that particular facility. They will see how many buildings in that particular facility, for example, they need to connect. And then, for example, they will also see the number of components and so forth. Then now, the mobile device that they use, it will indicate by two colors, the green and the red. So anything that is green, it means that it has already been connected. And anything that is red means it still needs to be connected. So when they click on a red facility, they will get a map that will indicate all the facilities that are around that area. And then upon getting that, then they will get the facility details. Just to confirm if they are going to collect a correct facility. So you can see here for the province, region, and the name of the facility. And then now when they click on that facility, they will see the boundary. So before you collect, the boundary will actually be red. It still need to collect the facility. So now this is when they start collecting the information. So they need to populate the information on the mobile application. And then they must confirm all those. Is this a magistrate court, for example, situated in an urban or over? Then they must answer all those questions. Is it fenced? Then they must answer yes or no. And then also they must collect information regarding the condition of that particular facility. When they collect now, one of the key collection attributes is that they must take photos to serve as POPs actually for us to see the facility. So they must take the photo entrance, so the mobile application can process that. For the field workers to take these pictures, they must take the site photos and any other photos. Okay, now after they collect the land, they must now move and collect the buildings. So you can see here the buildings are all right. We only have things until that are minimum they've already been collected. So when they collect this information, because it's GIS, we just digitize, we don't know whether this is an office or whether this is a kitchen. So all that information is captured upon our colleagues visiting. This is a and then now they must populate all those information to make sure that it's a correct facility. There's also another important aspect that I want to mention, that when we digitize on GIS, we are limited, and sometimes we see a building that we think that it's one building, whereas it's actually separated by the passage. So now, hence you see here, there's a question that says, must this building be merged? So if that building, we separated the buildings only to find out it's actually two people. So when they get on site, they must tell us that, no, this is actually one building, so they put it together. Or if we put together two buildings that must be separated. So those are some of the information that our trade workers must have to actually make sure that our IR is complete and credited. And then also they must capture all these other details. For example, there are buildings that are wheelchair friendly. So all these questions here, when they visit, they must answer all those questions to check if the main entrance does allow access using the wheelchair, for example. And if, for example, there's any signal that is indicating directions to them to access the facilities. So capture all those details. And then also we must indicate the number of floors that are in that particular facility. And we must also indicate the percentage of that facility that is being used. Just to continue, colleagues, Mr. Sokera did mention components that we must also capture and register our components in the asset register. So this is the part now where our field workers can capture the components when they are on site. So for example, if there's a generator or a pole in that particular facility, our field workers must capture that information. For example, there's a serial number here, the model of that component, the condition of that component, and for example, if there's three aircrafts in this one, then the number of three, I think it's one, the one. So once they are done capturing all that information, This is when now they sync the information back into the database, in the Oracle database. And then now when they are done syncing that information, this is how you get back now into the Oracle database. So this is everything that they have captured on site. This is now you can see the condition of that particular facility, for example, which is not captured in the GIS, because the GIS is the captures. They only capture the so now, in part of the physical implementation, there's also the building information. You can see here, this particular facility has got all these buildings. For example, there's a question here that must be answered, because as GIS we digitize everything that we see. So when they visit that site, they must actually answer a question to say, is this a building that can be disclosed in the height, or it's not a building? So if it's not a building, they must give a reason to say it's not a building, but it is a site component. Meaning that it must not be disclosed under improvements in the system. It must not be disclosed under the components. Then these are the documents that the field workers must get sites to serve as POEs, that this is indeed a magistrate court, and one of the requirements that I know of with the conservative PD specialist is that the front image must show the actual name of that. If it's a magistrate court, it must show the name. As you can see, there is a rectangle magistrate court. That is the first picture, and then they must take other pictures as well. And then if you have said it's not a building, for example, it's a carport, the picture must actually show that it's a carport. So we can see here. And then also now all those questions that they were asking on site, accessibility issues, you can see here when you move on the already database, you can see it's either yes or no. So all those questions have been answered. And then now, upon a completion of the physical verification, you can see all the buildings. They are back to its normal, their normal color, they're no longer there. So these are the buildings as captured by, they were physically verified by the buildings. And you can actually see here the person that actually conducted is actually the physical verification. It's going as well. As you can see the date, the which that physical verification is created. And these are just pictures. We've got different system roles. You can see here we've got a system administrator that is responsible for making sure that everyone has got login credentials, we've got approval, we've got picture, so everyone has got their roles in the system. In which if you log in, you can only perform certain duties in the system. Thank you.
I have one more. We'll do a live demonstration. It won't be too long. Sorry, live demonstration.
All right, good morning, Chair, Honorable Member. Okay.
Yeah, far from it.
Your computer is on the way off the mic, accessing your voice. So just, yeah, thank you. And so far, so what is the differentiation that I gave it's a gathering information. Whether or not any physical graphic so because that was one actual degrees of just giving needs that for information gather more information. What Akibas does, it's basically the central repository for all of this information that has been gathered. And also, I just want to also Akibas is a main with specific guys. So I just want to highlight to you guys basically what exactly happens in once that information has been gathered from this identification of field workers and how it's actually organized. This presentation has been shared, so I think it really makes sense. I actually look into it. So with Akibas, it's a web-based application, meaning that it can be accessed using a web browser, whether it's a Chrome, whether it's a Firefox, or whichever application is using, right? But also to make it very, very clear that there are security restrictions for accessing Akibas itself, right? So you need to have access via the system network in order to access Akibas. So it's very, very secure in that that's detail that not everyone can access Akibas using the web browser. So what we have here is the landing page. Landing page after you've logged on to Akibas, this is what you're going to see. So for this particular user, it's Nelson. Nelson has a profile such that he sees the asset management information. So within this profile, you can actually capture asset details that have been out from the application. So this is just an example of the landing page. Yeah. So as a capturer, I will go in and capture the information that has been extracted over the database. All right, so first step is the capturing of the new asset. What we see here on the side is the task on Akibas that allows the to manage an asset acquisition. It's just a term that we use system itself in order for them to capture this information. After they've selected that particular task, this will pop up, right? Let's see. Okay. This is the pending assets that's going to appear on Plus. And this is basically where all the pending assets, or how should I put it, the transactions will be placed before it's actually approved and break that this job. Through this view, the capturer can create 4 different types of assets, whether it's a land, improvements, components, and also infrastructure. But also, they can also edit the information only if this particular transaction is in a safe status. If it's sent for review, sent for approval, and you will only edit those that are in safe status, meaning that it has not been for this person.
On that, like I explained as well, this is where they get the information. This is where they edit the information, right here. They can go in and make corrections, whether or not they have any information that's missing, because they need a POE of some sort, a document that will read into what information is saying. So with that POE, verify will use that document to verify that the information is actually correct. And also the approval will be that second. We have to look into the document that was actually extracted and attached on the system transaction of assets, and they would actually use that to verify whether or not the information is correct. Thanks. After that, as I explained, as well, that there are 4 different assets that can be land, buildings, infrastructure, and
Sorry, Chair, can you speed up with these presentations? It's really a waste of time.
You may proceed.
okay. This is what they can see when they're putting the information down. For security purposes, we have change history, where there's what time something was done, who did it, when they did it. That is the information that you want to see actually. Okay, we can then just skip directly to asset verification. Again, as I mentioned before, they are 3 different role players when it comes to that's for verify, and so this is what the verifier will see as well within the system itself. Screenshots again with the asset approver, which is a different person, is going to be approving these transactions. Right? Remember, they're not assets, they're only transactions, meaning that they so those assets
There's a workshop in much detail. Only are you?
No, I'm not convinced.
Just got 1 or 2 slides.
No.
Thank you, Chair. That's the end part of the presentation.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think, Chairperson, that is the presentation for the Immovable Asset Register. I think we are actually waiting then to get inputs and questions so that we can then move to the next item, unless the chair says, let's do the agreement SA, or we're just going to deal with this one and then do the other one. So it's up to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. We are going to deal with the questions now, then we'll come later for Agrément SA. Members, remember you requested a live demonstration. They did not just bring this presentation without being told what they must come and present. What I want to emphasize and request the DG is that we receive presentation late always. But I know that those presentations must be signed by the minister, even though they can be ready. But if the minister does not sign in time, they'll never be sent to us or be approved by the minister to come to a committee. We're pleading with yourself, especially you who's from the office of the minister. The delay of the report, according to my knowledge, is based on the minister. Officials do their presentations in time, but for us to get them very late, it's because they must wait for their principal, which is the minister, to approve and say, send it. I'm fine with it. So all this report, that's what we have requested, members. We need not to be impatient and look like we are unfair. It can't be correct. We have requested the live demonstration of to understand if we are saying you've got a system and this system, how does it work? When I get in, what do you see? Even though we might not use it, but we wanted to understand. So we want to take this opportunity and appreciate. And also really next week, DG, we are calling IDT and we are hoping by Friday, all members will receive the presentation. But it's not for the first time when we requested presentation to arrive in time. It creates unnecessary tensions, even amongst ourselves. It looks like Nola does not do her work in time, or I don't allow Nola, because even Nola must also ask me whether to send the presentation or not. But I always say they must be sent in time. Please, DG, this is our plea. Members, I'm gonna do the normal system. I don't need hands. All of us who are going to speak, all of us will play oversight with the legal information that you have gathered. You'll have a say, but if you don't have, it's not a transmesh, you can pass. Sipo, you'll start. And you follow. Then you'll be the third one.
Very much, Chair. Things to your concern. The unused, unused immovable asset. Those that they are not in use, even in future that we cannot use them. Chair, those are questions that I wanted to ask, even though I did not understand this thing that of digitalizing the asset register. Whether I've heard that it's been digitalized, but I did not really understand it. But however, thank you, Chair.
Maybe to assist even myself, the first question, it's not about how many are registered, stolen. There's a word that you've made, you said stolen, not just yes. So we want, did you capture that properly? Stolen, not just how many land have been registered, but is referring to stolen land. Marel?
Thank you, Chairperson. First, I want to say that is quite in depth report, and I think it's first time that's been highlighted. But that itself, exactly what is this whole thing? I would say the numbers is overwhelming. The question would be is to speed up the process of verifying all these assets. I would like to know how many permanent field workers do we have in place?
to actually get on with the job, to put it that way, to verify all the outstanding assets to the actually GLD and all of that be on the system loadings. The second question is, it's such a lot of work that's been done and so many money as far as staff and everything is concerned. What guarantee do we have with backup systems? If something would happen to the IT system, but we have backup of all the various info that is already being collected, and that we be sure that we can go ahead with what we've got on the backup side. Then the third question may be more related after we're done with the next session as well, but if we can put that question on the side, I would know that third level of government, that is a municipality, are interested to buy a piece of land that's vacant and not being used for 50 years and more. It's never been used. There's no improvements on that piece of land, but the municipality would like that piece of land, for example, for infrastructure, like a municipal depot for the vehicles and stuff. What would be the process for them to obtain that land? I would love to know that process going forward, if there is such a case, when there are such things. No, thank you. Thank you.
The process of your last question is expropriation. It's clear, you know, one thing there's a misunderstanding is that the expropriation bill says for the purpose of community, whether land belong to who, if you want to use it, it must be expropriated. You will be engaged. So if there's a land, a piece of land that has not been used for 30 years, you find the owner, you engage, then you use it for public purpose. Simple. Ready?
Thank you, my dear chair. And just explain to my colleague here that his chair is very politically aligned with the country and the nation. I like that. Chair, let me begin. Yesterday, while I was going through social media last night, I suddenly popped up on my screen was the minister. And at the same time, just before that, I was going through this. I'm not concerned that it came late, the presentation. It's fine. We in politics were able to, in the last minute, go through these. That's the nature of politics. So I then see the minister pop up on my phone, and he's busy giving out land somewhere in Cape Town to 64 families that were dispossessed of their land, together with Mayor Cilliers' brief. And these families were, and he's talking highly about expropriation of land and saying that he's defending, we must expropriate the land. And I was very encouraged by that. And I think if that is the posture and the position of the minister, it would be good that we must hear about this. And next time he comes, he must tell us about it. Don't keep us in the dark. Chair, as MPs, as members of parliament here, we don't necessarily represent our political parties. We're not here to just come and speak for a few minutes and enjoy statistics. We are here because we're representing millions of South Africans. And when we sit here, imagine that those people who are watching on YouTube, what we are saying and presentations we are receiving, how is it impacting on their life? That is the important thing. Now, the Immovable Asset Register, it confirms some very important things that we as a party have raised in Parliament. One, it says that the government owns 27,417 land parcels and 8,210 buildings, valued at 154 billion rands. You know what? If we took this and put it in the hands of a sharp businessman, they'll turn this thing around overnight and make this into a flourishing business. I'll show you business people. They've taken one building and they've become millionaires out of the one building. So why is it that with such a massive portfolio that we are unable to turn this around so that it benefits not just this portfolio, but the people of this. You know, it reminds me of all our state entities. It's the same story. Eskom, SAA, Denel, all of them, they are the monopoly in those industries. And it just got killed. Now, I have faith in our DG because he's not just an official type of a person. He's somebody who's also on the ground. He understands the pulse of the nation and the people. And I want to say to him today that apart from just hearing stats and figures, we want to know, and my colleague there, I think it was Sipo, who said, what are we going to do about unused land? Are we going to make a decision about that? And are we going to speed this up? Because there is a cry out there from the communities wanting land. The minister has already started giving out land, like his Father Christmas, which we know nothing about. But we are supposed to, as a committee, representing the people of this country, supposed to be leading this process. And it starts here. So the team needs to tell us, answer Honorable Sipo's question, what are we going to do with that land that's not being utilized? Who is going to benefit from these? Now, the report also exposed a very shocking contradiction. On the one hand, we've got millions of South Africans that are landless, and on the other, we see that the government is sitting on land that is vacant and underutilized. Serious contradiction. 34%, Chair, of state-owned land is either vacant or underutilized. And that's what people want to hear us talk about today. Not the statistics and that presentation that, with respect, that we did. People are not interested in all of that. They want to know, you sitting there, and I want the nation to know that 34% of the land is lying vacant. What are we doing about this? Then 3% of government-owned buildings are unoccupied. You know, when we raised this, EG, we raised this. We said they are the minister came saying there's no such thing. He went to Parliament and he said, we don't know what we're talking about. But we went and we saw it with our own eyes, that there are government buildings that are underutilized and unused, while families are homeless. And we said, take those buildings, let's use them for even temporary shelters for people who are homeless. They can be used almost immediately. Thousands of properties are gathering dust while South Africans are living in informal settlements. They sleep under bridges and they fight for land that the government already owns. Yet, instead of unlocking this land for development, we seem to be stuck in endless audits, backlogs, and paperwork. The unit operates as a real estate asset management system, but the focus of what we've heard today is more on compliance rather than action. I'm going to end there and say that there is today, Chair, a call for action. When we leave here, come and tell us what is going to happen with the unused land and the buildings that are not utilized. That's all we want to hear. The rest, we trust you. You can keep good records. That you're all qualified, intelligent people. That's why you're employed here. We don't have to tell you how to do your job. And now you need to keep backup systems and the data and all that. That's not what you are. You are a fish in water when it comes to keeping data and records and all that. We don't hear about that. What we want to hear about, Chair, is what is going to be done with those underutilized buildings and land that is unoccupied. I rest my case. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mare, your question is a bit similar to Rati, that you are saying. He says he does not want other officials, he only wants the DG. It goes back to what we have asked, that how many field workers do they have on the ground? In their presentation, they're talking about surveyors, and surveyors are not field workers. It means they don't have, they only depend on the services that they've requested from a surveyor to go and survey the land or the building. So I think it will be very futile for them to respond to that. But I don't agree with the fact that they must not come, because DG can master all these things, it's different section within the department. But then let's take Makasi, Numalo, and Kobe.
Thank you, Chair. And pertains to the DG and officials in the meeting and it is to the fellows. I want to start, Chair, with the issue of DG, one of the presenters who called us guys. At least in the kind of meetings, we are supposed to be addressed as honorable member. And then maybe when we are in your own meetings, I'm sure we should address you guys as colleagues, not guys. So the kind of language that we use in meetings, especially a formal one, we should be doing that, because it might happen that in one meeting, he would be attending a meeting with the president. You can imagine calling a president guys. I'm just passing there. The second one, which is also around what Honorable Reddy, which prefers to be called Guy, about the minister being on TikTok. It's just a person, Chair, that I'm interested. Why would he decide to implement in Cape Town in particular, when he actually in Parliament was as blatantly refused to even implement the expectation? Yes, thank you, everybody. So I think it's something that we must look at and think we should is correct to comment that we are not sure of that. On the issue of digitalization that is mentioned, the whole process is unfortunate that we did not see the full presentation that would take us along. And I've heard that it is safe as it is presented, but I just, for argument's sake, just to check if whether if there is a possibility of the system being hacked. If not, what is it that you have in place in terms of preventing that from happening? Is a possibility of it being hacked, also preventative measure that not to be hacked. Because we know different departments in the private sector, there is a challenge of hacking the system with whoever that supposed to be. Mr. Reports that to check maybe what are the issues that is making him not to respond or making that department not respond on time. Is there any delays and challenges in that? And maybe how long does it take for you to wait for any process to unfold or to be finalized by that surveyor? And you've also mentioned that you found a source that you have discovered. I think one of them you said it's in Midland. Can you also have the two? Where are the two others? Because you said three, but you mentioned them. And then Chair, how will the disputes between APWI and BWS be addressed when it comes to the matter of custodianship of their residential properties and the office building? And the last one, Chair, is the issue of what is the plan to make sure that there is transparency and accountability when it comes to the reporting by the Ngonyama Trust, which we've reported that there are quite a huge number of hectares of lands that you have to be dependent on.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and members from the department. I came very late, so unfortunately for me, the presentation on assets was completed. So please mind me, please forgive me if I ask some questions that were clarified earlier on. Number one, I just want to find out what is your plan with regards to, because I believe as you were doing this, compiling this asset register, you physically went there to check the buildings, I suppose. And those that were illegally occupied, did you find those that were illegally occupied, and what is the plan going forward to deal with illegal occupation? And also, what condition those that are in a terrible state, what is your plan with them as well? And what, with regards to disposing them, are we going to see a very transparent process in disposing those buildings? And also, with regards to the collaboration between PMTE and the municipalities, is there any collaboration between those two entities in terms of maintaining the buildings? Now, the last one is the Ingonyama Trust land. I was hoping that one is being recorded here because I want to communicate that one in isiZulu because it speaks to mainly the Zulu-speaking people. So ngizoyibeka njengesiZulu ke leyo seniyongixolela ngizoyitolika kamuva noma bazongitolikela. Lana kunama buildings lapha sikhuluma ngomhlaba o-2.8 million hectares ongaphansi kweNgonyama Trust. Nakanjani ke akhona ama buildings kahulumeni angaphansi kweNgonyama Trust akhiwe lapha. Isibonelo salokho kunezibhedlela, kunamakliniki njalo njalo. Ngaphansi kwalomthetho we-expropriation, land expropriation losanda kusayini. Kuzowenzakalani? Angeke yini uhulumeni noma zikhona inhlelo mhlawumbe zokuthi lawo ma buildings mhlawumbe uhulumeni awathathe awabuyisele ngakuye ngoba okokuqala lokho. Kwesibili, lama buildings kahulumeni alapho isimo sawo sithini? Ngabe mhlawumbe kwasayina ama PTO noma ngoba phela siyazi ukuthi umhlaba weNgonyama umi kanjani. Akwazi ukuba ne-full ownership of that piece of land, udinga i-PTO. Bakhona nama PTO asayiniwe la. Okwesibili, okugcina, ngaphansi kwalomthetho we-Expropriation Act, ngifisa ukwazi baphathi bami lapho ukuthi nizowudla lo mhlaba uma nudinga ongaphansi kweNgonyama land or under Ingonyama Trust land. Senenzela ukwenza imisebenzi le ngoba phela uyanigunyaza ukuthi nuve lo mhlaba lowo enisuke nudinga for ukuthuthukisa ngalendlela okuchazwa ngayo. Umbuzo wami ke uthi uma nizowudla indlonkulu ithintiwe mhlawumbe iyazi ukuthi lo mthetho uzothinta nayo Ingonyama le Trust land. Amakhosi athintiwe yini ney'nduna nemikhandla wamakhosi bayazi ukuthi lo mthetho uzongena nakhona laphana ukuthi uzodla izwe? Uma bathintwa bathini bona bavuma yini, bayi-understand yini yonke le nto okukhulunywa ngayo? Ngiyabonga. Thank you.
Gobe?
Thank you, Chair. I think a lot of what I wanted to raise has been raised by my colleagues. But I just want to appreciate, I know that the previous speaker This is on an Excel sheet that is easily manipulated. And as we see that there are security measures, there are 3 tiers of you know, you can't really manipulate the data. But just to be sure, we were given the back user and not the end user of the presentation. So, for example, as a portfolio committee member, I cannot log into the system and maybe find the land that I need to find in the buildings. Because I mean, with the system that was shown, we were only shown the back end and how they have controls and systems in place. So with regards to, for example, as an end user, I just need to know with regards to strategic buildings, national key points, what's the security around that. The information is easily accessible to me surrounding high security inaccessible buildings and national key points. Do you have measures to sort of prevent me from having full access? I think, yeah. I just want to know if the public have carte blanche on those sorts of buildings. And you said that you still, you know, to determine the completeness of assets, you need to complete the verification process. I just need to know how the department, how well capacitated is it to achieve this, and do we have at the time? Action regarding this. And to achieve a fully integrated asset register, I just need to know what else do you need as a department? On what percentage are you? You are yet to achieve a fully integrated asset register, but what percentage are you? I think as a portfolio service, we need to know for that next time. And also, look, I can imagine that it's quite a tedious process, and you need all hands on deck. But I think much like a census, you need to continuously, after a couple of years, go back and look at your buildings, to update your asset register. So I just need to know after how many years is this process repeated, and do we have what takes place for those sorts of things would be like men. Is that like Bishop Stakeholder?
Thank you. I'll do the unusual thing. I'll request only the response of Ingonyama Trust for now, only before I call other members. No, it's you. You've presented. I think it's you, Mazari.
Yes, and also the question was in Zulu. Especially come from KwaZulu-Natal. If you may recall, on the 24th of April 1994, that's when the Ingonyama Trust Act was signed. And when you read that Ingonyama Trust Act, it's 24 April 1994, it says all the state domestic facilities, if they were built prior to 24 April 1994, they vest with national or provincial government. So even the Ingonyama Trust, there's no need to expropriate because the Act itself says they belong to national or provincial government. The only issue is the size, because you may find the police station is sitting on a huge 5,000 hectares or 10,000 hectares. We were engaging them. I spoke about a draft memorandum of agreement in our engagements with the ITP board. Yes, we follow the process. Yes, because there's a board that is managing Ingonyama Trust. So yes, but there's no need to expropriate. They already vest with us because most of them were built prior to 24 April 1994. So asizukudla umhlaba wenkosi. Siyabonga.
Yeah, tribalism in athletics. Yeah, you're a tribalist. Just advise each other not to disrupt the proceedings. It's just a budget. Please go well, go shell. Manko, Bath and Litape, when you come in, you need to make recommendations. because your focal point must deal with the issue of land, PMTE in particular. You are in charge of it, and you must do recommendation proper. All these questions, you must all have solutions and recommendation. How are we going to assist yourself, the club? Expropriation is it's your interest. Of course.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, my colleagues, the support staff, as well as the department led by the teacher. Honorable Chair, let me join my colleagues by welcoming the presentation made and also raise a serious concern about the late submission or submitting of the report to the portfolio committee. It makes the portfolio committee difficult to participate. Can you request DG that please in future, let's get the presentation in time. Chair, one must also join the colleagues about the TikTok issue of the minister. It's not correct for the minister to do what he's doing. We are the portfolio committee members here. We must know what is happening in our department. We can't just go out and do programs that we don't know as this portfolio committee. One thing you are asked, you don't know. It's not right for us to get such things in TikToks. I therefore recommend, Chair, that when the DG goes out here, they must come out with a program that will tell us exactly about the expropriation of land, as to when are they doing it and where, because we must be kept abreast as this portfolio committee so that when we are asked, we know exactly how to answer that. I recommend that we get a program and we be involved as this portfolio committee. We are not just puppet here. We are playing oversight, and that must be taken into consideration. Another, my question again will be to say, Chair, what measures are put in place to address the matter of clients underpaying PMTE, which makes difficult to provide the required levels of service in terms of the maintenance of its facilities? The other question, we want to know the plan put in place to address as well the
To speak to Honorable Korbe's point as well, how far is the department with integrating its asset register? And I think it's important that we understand what we mean by when we say integrated. For me, I could be wrong again. Integrated means how does it link with the provincial department's asset registers? How does it link with your internal property rates, payment systems, so on and so forth, the deeds register, etc. My next question is around the accuracy of the 154 billion rand value that is reflected. You didn't indicate whether that value is reflective of market value, depreciated replacement cost value. What is that value, that 154 billion? Then I'm also happy to see Mr. Pretorius here today. I know how much work you did in the Eastern Cape when you were working for the provincial department, and I think it's great to have you on the national department's side of things now in your capacity. But my question is around mentoring, and I think it's also been brought up by my colleagues. Handing over this kind of work requires there to be people in the department that you can teach and train and qualify to be able to continue with this work once you and Mr. Sukela, once you guys retire and move on. It's just a concern about ongoing operations. My second to last question, Chair, is with regards to the trust lands and the SDFs, the state domestic facilities. I believe that's what SDF stands for. How many of them are there? And how far is the department with surveying them and preparing them for transfer to the relevant national department or provincial use? And then my last question is that of the risk of making the Immovable Asset Register public. I think for a long time the asset register has been kept away from the public domain, maybe for reasons of allowing the public to know which assets are owned by government, which then makes them vulnerable for invasion, etc. So my question is around risk. And like Honorable Korbe said, there are national key points inside that asset register, which obviously I think safe houses, for example, we wouldn't want people in the public knowing where those are. So apologies for the many questions, Chair, but I felt that those are quite important ones. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. Let's first welcome the report, and I think it was quite a very detailed report. I won't repeat on what my colleagues have already said. On the issue of the 646, before I get to what you tells me, on the issue of the 646 unregistered properties, and these properties, we also understand that they affect the tenure, security, and municipal rates as well. That also affects municipal revenue collection in the different provinces. I mean, what is our time frame to ensure that these properties are registered and are properly placed, so that we, in as much as we also want to generate the revenue, we also don't compromise municipalities in being able to collect municipal rates and ultimately being able to give services. So in slide 34, I think you mentioned that just trying to find it. In slide 34, in the current challenges, one of the challenges that you have there, you say you've got this dispute between DPWI and DWS. I'm assuming it's water and sanitation. If we can maybe be taken through that, what are these disputes and what are the disputes about? And the erroneous vesting, where some properties they can be assigned to provincial government when they are actually supposed to be under national custodianship. How far are we with that? And when do we anticipate in concluding or completing this vesting? We still have a lot of properties that would be valued at 1 rand.
due to missing historical cost records, and it affects financial reporting a lot. Because
utilization of unused properties, and what is the plan and strategy. And then ICT committee will deal with the issues of ICT, answering those questions around ICT, including the issue of Archibus, moving away from that. And then I'll then lastly ask Mrs. Bonis to summarize most of the key issues. Maybe from my side, what I need to really talk about, Chair, is to maybe quickly highlight to the committee and those who are listening to us that in South Africa, as you may know, there's quite a number of custodians of properties. And one of them is ourselves, which we represent the state, which is South Africa. And then also there's also Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, which deals with quite a number of also issues around restitution. And then there's also the issue of water affairs, which is DWS. And then there's also DOD, which is defense, mainly the endowment properties, those which were donated by the Queen, etc., during the wars, etc. So those are ones that are there. And then also you've got provinces, as Mrs. Bonis was presenting, about 9 of them. They've got custodianship of properties. I just want to also indicate, Chair, that over and above that, you have our own public entities, that is ESCOM, Transnet, Post Office, and all those are 3A mainly. They also have properties that they are custodians of, for instance, your ports, your airports, etc., including like sun parks and things like that. So you've got such people. And then the difference is that as public works, we actually operate or maybe manage the legislation to acquire and dispose of immovable assets of the state. So that is where we come in. I think I just wanted to highlight that and indicate that that's where we come in. And then the issue of Ingonyama Trust, Chair, I think it has been responded. And I believe that as Bonis will just highlight the other issues. Let me just respond on the specific questions now from members so that you manage time. Honorable Maurice, the issue of the backup system, anything that happens in public works, I think we, in the presentation, indicated there's an Oracle system sitting with SITA, all right? And SITA is the main, if you like, owner of all records for the state. So, but then what we do, we always take information from SITA and then we utilize it for our own, like we use it sort of our Archibus as a repository. So we do that. So I think if anything happens, obviously there are backups, there are areas where we hide information or keep information in the event, say something sort of bans in CGO, we've got an area where we can, for instance, go to our service provider to provide us that information. But as we move and provide updates, that information gets updated back to SITA so that they always have the latest information. On the issue of the vacant land municipalities, I just want to indicate, Chair, that Public Works is on a mission, let me just say, it's our daily work to release properties to municipalities. We do that continuously. I think last week, I signed about 4 or 5. It's something that we do all the time. Municipalities request us to release properties, for lack of a better word, unutilized land or whatever, for let's say that developing maybe something for the municipality. We normally would welcome such, but the minister authorizes that in terms of the law. And then in some instances, there could be a swap where we swap with the municipality a particular property. For instance, we're looking for a police station in Soweto. We can then swap with a particular municipality in that respect. So it's something that is continuous, which I think maybe going forward to make sure that when the minister maybe does his, if you like, running around with his work, probably to give an update of those programs across already particular issues when the members are raising. They also know some of these programs. I think it will help a great deal so that it's not a matter of getting surprises all the time. Honorable Vice Reddy, I think we want to indicate that, oh, it's gone. Sorry. Okay, let me just respond anyway. The responsibility of Public Works as well is to ensure to South Africans why we actually are presenting as asked by Parliament. South Africans must know what property is owned by the state and whether the records are in the safe hands or whatever. I think that's what we're trying to display in this platform. So we can't just obviously cut them and not give them information. So we're going to continuously respond to the portfolio committee requirements or requests as we move as Public Works. Maybe, Honorable Makasi, I think what you raised, some of the issues, specifically on the Chief Surveyor General, there are issues of generally in government where we find it difficult for people to respond in time in government. That's a general problem. But I think Siboniso will probably detail the specifics in terms of those specific properties that we've actually looked into. We spoke about 3, and he spoke about just 1 that we recovered of the parliament in Midrand next to DBSA, where someone stole our property. Maybe we can detail the other 2 as we move forward. Now, the issue of the dispute around the dam. There's properties around the dams, which are your houses that houses people that work there. So in other words, the accommodation of staff in government generally when it comes to their work is the mandate of DPW. We accommodate national departments in respect of what they do in delivering government service. So we are the custodian. That is basically the dispute. But obviously, I would like Siboniso just to indicate to how far we have gone to resolve that. All the dams you see, you'll find there's houses next to them. Same as prisons, there's houses around them. So sometimes departments will tend to probably misunderstand their roles and mandates. So we were actually indicating that mandate has got to be in a particular way that is conducive and also acceptable. Now, the issue of Mr. Ngumalo, Honorable Ngumalo, the illegally occupied properties, I think I did last time, Chair, maybe two meetings ago, where we spoke about the OBB, which Operation Bring Back. And I believe that Mr. Sibande, as at maybe last week, we have actually appointed 4 service providers that will be dealing with the Operation Bring Back across all provinces. So they will be starting a process really of acquiring or maybe going on the ground to verify, make sure that those people, because some of the things we know, now to actually do the OBB, it must follow a particular legal process. You can't just wake up and chase people out. So the OBB terms of references are going to look at all those buildings, Chairperson, including those ones which were hijacked. I think you remember there was the interministerial committee that dealt with that. So we are already moving on those illegally occupied properties. I just want to indicate the following. Some of the issues in terms of our own little process that we started to try and look at revenue generation. We've started relating our strategy, Chair, where we're saying we come to a house, we find there's people who are staying. We've been trying to regularize some of those properties in some instances where you find, I'll just make an example, Chair. A person has been staying there since, let's say, the father died, he was a magistrate or something like that. People are staying there. We regularize that by making sure that that person or that family, at least they pay rent, because at the moment, the property belongs to Public Works. When the process comes, when we have to dispose one way or other using any other strategy, which I think to respond, it will be very transparent as we do it, because it's not something that we're going to do, if you like, clandestine. We're going to advertise like we've advertised 37 properties in the recent past. And then the other issue is the issue of collaborations with municipalities. Like I said, Chair, we really are collaborating with municipalities in a way that is very much transparent. I think we continuously work together very well. And then Honorable Kobe, I think you asked very technical questions. I'll leave them like that to Siboniso to really respond, specifically in respect of the asset register. And then Honorable Kosi, I think I've tried to touch on what you raised, that you said you're recommending that you must come out of this program so that we are clear around our responsibility. And then the clients that are not paying PMTE, I think Mrs. Bande will touch on that. I think we've touched on that before. And then Siboniso will deal with the obligations and rights on that question. Honorable Bath, I think, thank you for the acknowledgement of some of the work that we are doing, which is good. The issue of the occupiers, he will answer, but I just want to indicate you asked us about our posture about occupiers. Look, our occupiers is our system. We bought it. It belongs to Public Works. So at this point in time, that's what we have. Obviously, there could be issues. I think they were raised by the previous administration as an issue. And obviously, as we move towards trying to sort these things, we've been engaging with CETA to assist us. I think when the time is right, Chair, we'll probably provide a proper response in respect of that going forward. But I think ICT will do that. How far is the integration? It's also an ICT issue. Chair, I just want to indicate that beside the properties that you've shown, I think all the properties that we're asking for, they're in the asset register. It's just that we didn't pick up, for instance, our property in France, for instance, in Delverwood, where I was, it's in the asset register. That is not shown here. It's in the asset register. But just to indicate additional, I don't know if when they were showing the presentation, Chair, they showed some of the properties at the bottom there. There's 4 islands that we own, for instance. It's in the asset register. That's a weather station in Go Island. I think we're sending people all the time. I think in May, we're going to send technicians to go there. And there's the Oartambo house in Lusaka. That's a property that is in our asset register. And there's quite a number of others. I think the Antarctica, etc., etc. But in total, just at a level of public works responsible, it's 21 of them. But I must indicate, DERCO, which is our Department of International Relations, we gave them the custodianship to manage our foreign assets that are utilized by our ambassadors, by our high commissioners, and etc., etc. You'll find that those, if for instance, there's a question about that, it was an issue somewhere, I think it was America or London, where there was an issue, that is DERCO. It was not Public Works, because they also enter into agreements. Some of the properties they use, they actually get donated by those countries in questions, but that is another particular area. I just wanted to highlight that. Honorable Tlape, technical again, the sponsor will deal with those technical questions. DWS have actually covered that fairly well. And then I just want to say, maybe as a statement, as a government official, when it comes to properties, we are not in the business of building homes for people as Public Works. We are in the business of custodianship of land. What happens is where there is a requirement for our people who are sitting in lands that are fallow or maybe that they need place to stay, there's an element of human settlements that tends to deal with the issues of human settlement. And it is their responsibility in terms of this country. However, I just want to indicate it might not necessarily be for human settlement or houses purposes, but for other things. If it's farming, Department of Rural Development is responsible for that. But I must indicate, in terms of custodianship, the register, Public Works really is the one that is working together with all of them to make sure that it is actually done. On the stealing of property, Chairperson, if we may allow, there's no time, but I want Danny to, the reason why we brought Danny, just for information, we brought him back. He actually has worked quite a great deal on quite a number of projects, which as we speak, there's quite a number of properties shared that we know that I'll just make an example with myself. I'm still new as a DG. I was busy allocating properties to ministers as an example. And I've been taken around, this minister is staying here. But you find that there's a house A, it looks exactly like house C, D, and F, but it doesn't work. And the question I asked my colleagues from Prestige, but why does house they look the same, but they're not owned by us? Hey, DG, it's a story for another day. So it's those things that make you to really want to understand that it might not be as easy. And I think you'll remember there was one person who sent a very big, it was a big thing that went to the minister, the president, and everything about the RTPS port, claiming that someone stole the land. We responded, I signed the letter yesterday to say, look, that land never belonged to us as government. It belonged to that particular family during those times, early 1975 and all those things. So there are certain things, Chair, that we're able to manage at that point. Maybe at this point, let me request that we, Chair, through you, allow that colleagues, starting with Mrs. Bande, in terms of seniority, to respond, and then I'll allow Sasa and Mr. Sokela to just summarize quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Bande, you can come closer. Even though, DG, we are aware that Prestige and PMTE are not the same.
Yes, Chair.
But I've got a worry that even all MPs, especially in particular those who are residing at Acacia.
Yes.
You are, as a department, let me not say Prestige or PMT, you are responsible for our accommodation, but I'm not sure whether you are responsible for our safety.
Yeah.
Why am I saying that? Few meters away from the gate, you've got illegal occupants, and on a daily basis, that the number of those people is increasing, and it's very dangerous. So I wonder who's responsible. That's why I'm saying you are responsible for our accommodation, but our safety. There is a serious threat there, and we are neighboring defense. So the two town
developing the PPA another unit in public rights to expedite the delivery of assets in infrastructure in the space of time. Because most of our assets are less than 2 billion rands, so therefore they don't require tier 1 and tier 2 national treasury approval. So we'll be going straight to tier 3, and part of that we'll be calling for proposals to ensure that we get the best in terms of implementing this. We have recently advertised properties, as the minister said, on a number of the total market value, land value of those assets is 1.4 billion rand. And we aim to, on an annual basis, to generate around another 2 million. Are only 31%. Also be disposing to assets. Those are assets which are holding high cost, and they are looking for residential, and we are currently developing a system which will ensure that those properties don't necessarily end up in 1 or 2 conglomerates, but they can give an impact on the ground in terms of reducing the cost of entry into the property space, and also making an impact in terms of those things that Honorable Chair, have also mentioned that that's our focus, and we hope to, in the next coming 3 years, we hope to see an impact, because development does not take over the process. And we do have a lot of other properties that you have said, because the islands, for the farms. We also want to repurpose some for student accommodation. We have a plan for that. And then we also want to repurpose some in partnership. We have given a lot of land. The Department of Human Security of the law. Housing security issues. And with that also collaborating with the Human Development as well. And we're working with municipalities. The minister is currently working in terms of including. We can make process already started with the program, and we hope that we will then scale it up with other ministers as well. So, Chair, in the main over the next period, we aim to roll out 20 ROT programs and BOT programs. If I may say, these are with 6 precincts that will be rolled out, and also aim to roll out the 4 BOT programs in the next MTSF. That also includes regional departmental offices, because that is where that is the scale we want to enter into. If you look at, for example, Nelly Street, even our sector, and this is one office. Properties within the state for generations use. So there is that mutual benefit. If you go to the only place for the regional offices that we have built ourselves is in branches. If you go to Devon again, we are missing. And if you go to PE, the same. So we want to start not only for ourselves, but for a number of departments. Currently, we are doing a BOT with SAPS. We are busy finalizing the PPP advisory unit. Once it's in place in the next 2 months or 3, the main was on route. And we will then be rolling out these programs. I hope by the end of December we'll have quite few that are towards procurement and appointment, and then we'll start with the studies and the environmental interest. In 2.5 years, we want to see those properties up in the sky. That is the one. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair, honorable members. In terms of the 3 properties that are currently being finalized by courts, very specifically one property that's property value approximately 8 million. Then we've got the farm landfills contained that we know as the cap site. Very commonly, the value there is around 130 million. And then we've got 170 in Hurlingham, Johannesburg, which valued in around about 6 million. But supporting this is also within our environment, particularly our property management unit, they'll be rolling out the OBB strategy that will then look at land parcels or properties that not in our asset register, but will require further investigation. So that's actually is also being done not only physical, but also to look at the various asset registers and where some of these properties are sitting. So that is in terms of that. I think the technical questions in terms of asset registers is the new service company. There's another aspect that I just wanted to indicate is that once we quantified the land parcels, the vacant land parcels, to be over 9,000 odd. But we must remember that we have certain constraints. For example, 2,000 of these land parcels are within facilities, SAPs of justice or DCS, and we can actually go into those facilities and build. When you've got land parcels which we quantify them because we superimpose the register on the asset register of Department of Environmental Affairs. And we know where there's constraints. Basically, there's can't actually go in terms of the legislation. We've also superimposed our asset register on areas such as geolytic areas. We run that in-house where we can't actually develop on those areas. So when we did all of these, there's land parcels in mountainous areas, catchment areas, etc. So when you see wetlands, so when you see this, actually this massive number, there's also the semblance of work that we do to see whether these properties are actually developable. And we're sitting now at 5,000 odd, which we are further assessing, like the head PMTE has indicated, as what then are strategic land parcels, especially that are vested in the urban areas, which we need to unlock for development.
That we have in progress in terms of getting better advanced or value for money, if I can put it like that, in terms of the technology that we have. And I think as we come back and do just have to like that to fill the point. In terms of the capabilities that we are trying to improve the technologies. Thank you, Professor.
Okay. English, yeah, just quickly. Why is the regional technical law? We are not actually technical. We are really deep in the local province. We are only struggling with two municipalities, which is but we didn't confident month so it
Which municipalities are referring to?
Dembe and Capricorn.
Yo.
See, that's why I'm
Excuse
sitting
Chair, I will leave the water, I'm sorry.
here. Your screens are off.
That is true. Chair, I don't know why the screens are off. Maybe it's time, but fortunately thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We apologize for the screens that are off, and we might not have time to get sound and vision to sort that out at this point. Honorable Chair, this is the report of the Portfolio Committee, as we usually do when we have either an oversight visit or a study tour, or we attend any of the events of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure over which the committee is oversighting, or any of the entities thereof. And this is one of those events that the committee was invited to. And this took place on the 25th of February in Tshwane, Gauteng, at the CSIR Convention Center. And the host was the Agrément SA entity within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Members have the report already, so my assumption is that they would have read it. I apologize to the colleagues that don't have it this side. But the attendance, well, the engagement was attended from the Portfolio Committee side by 4 men approved to travel, led by Honorable Mahlangu, who was the Honorable Both, and Honorable Gama, supported by myself as the committee secretary. I'm not going to get into the mandate of the committee chair. We've been dealing with that, and the mandate of the DPWI, as well as the mandate of Agrément SA. I'll rather delve deeper into the actual program and the proceedings of the day. So the rationale behind Agrément holding that event was the fact that after a presentation of the entity's 2024-25 quarterly performance to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, there was a recommendation that was made to enhance Agrément SA's visibility and societal impact. In fact, this is coupled with one of the legacy report recommendations from the previous committee, because this was one of the things that, in fact, since the 5th Parliament already, this is what the Portfolio Committee on PWI has been stressing on. So then the purpose of the event was mainly to promote an active participation from a broad spectrum of stakeholders, included but not limited to a whole host that are listed on the report. That includes the National Department of Human Settlements, Basic Education, COGTA, Transport or Roads, Water and Sanitation, municipalities, local and district, the IDC, MISA, and the SABS, and all of these other accreditation bodies, as well as the TPW entities. So the forum really aimed to strengthen partnerships and foster collaboration across the construction and infrastructure sectors. It also aimed to showcase the value of and societal impact of ASA certified products and systems. As we know, that ASA certifies innovative products in the built environment sector. It also aimed to create a platform for stakeholders to share experiences, challenges, and opportunities in adopting innovative building technologies, and to also raise awareness about Agrément SA's role in promoting sustainable construction practices. If we get into the program, Honorable Chair, it was directed by Dr. Julia Petla, who's a board member of Agrément SA. And the program was officially opened by Dr. Bongani Mabizela. I'm not sure if he's still around or he's gone. Oh, there. The background was given by the CEO, Mr. Richard Soma, and said it right towards development regulation work